Greetings! Salutations, everyone! Welcome to the Stanley Parable for the first time. I have heard of this game before. I have watched the demo of this game. I watched someone play the demo, and I may have seen a clip of it somewhere, but that's about it. I think I'm going into this mostly blind. Greetings, Sovereign Dog and Yag Sathath. How's it going? I also might have made improvements to make the stream run better. Still been having some issues as of late. Maybe it'll be better today, hopefully. Yeah. Lost track of time. That happens at the time. Have you played the Stanley Parable before? No. Ooh. Assignment due in an hour. That does sound stressful. No one likes working on a crunch. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Oh, in case anyone is watching this is unaware, at least... Wait, really? This is barely visible on my screen. I don't want to do minimum. I guess we'll have to, though. The Stanley Parable, this game, I think it's largely a comedic game. And I think it's a wackiness simulator. Please enter the current time. Why? Why does it want the current time? I'm a little, I don't know, suspicious of it asking me the current time. I'm sure it has access to... Accessibility settings can be accessed from the main menu. Good to know, okay. Computer. Oh, I like that. Main menu in the main menu in the main menu in the main menu. Here. Okay, let's do this. Oh, also, well, I can mention that later.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push,
a fascinating job,
and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job.
I mean, Stanley
was happy.
I think Stanley can find happiness where Stanley wants to. I'm fine with that.
Something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say
Stanley is
hi.
living a better life
Never
than
in all
most
his years at
respect.
the company
Actually,
had this
yeah.
happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
So, one of the big things I understand about this game is that the narrator and Stanley, I think, are the main important characters. I'm kind of wondering if we just stand here for a moment if anything will happen, because for instance, I know, like, I love the Portal games, and if you just stand there at the start when Wheatley is trying to get you to like open the door, Wheatley will just keep rambling. So I'm honestly just wondering. The narrator told me to stand up from my desk and do something. I'm wondering if he will acknowledge it if I just kinda stand here for a second. I have no idea. I haven't played this. I'm testing it. And 30 more seconds. 30 seconds more. But yeah, this is the deluxe edition of the game. The original game came out a number of years before the deluxe edition. I haven't played the original version of the game either. And okay, 10 more seconds. That clock ticking. Okay. Oh, that's kind of weird. The movement feels like a slide just a touch.
All of his co-workers were gone. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement?
What?
Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think
No,
an achievement
I was
is worth?
trying to...
No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Okay. 20 times?
Say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
50, you say? 50. Alright. I was just trying to get into the room, Mr. Narrator, but you've challenged me, Narrator.
It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Okay. I don't know why I'm doing this. I was just trying to open some doors, not get an achievement, but oh, this is 427. He said 417. Oh! Wait, what was that? What was on that screen? Where is 417? There. He's had 20 clicks.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
What are we doing here? Clicking doors? There's code 37.
I think we're getting somewhere.
I don't
now,
think
door
we are.
415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
This is not what I expected. Honestly, I wasn't expecting to be going around clicking doors.
Now, back to door number 437.
Really? Back to 437. This one?
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
What are we?
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
I don't think we're getting anywhere.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
I don't know what we're doing here. How do I climb and...
Yes,
there we go.
this is great. You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up.
Oh.
Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
I just got 2 achievements. 416, that's this way. What are... 416,
We've
sure.
almost got it.
I don't
now the
think we
copy
have.
machine, do that one again.
No, I mean, sure. I've already gone this far.
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 clicks on door 430.
He is getting excited.
Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing
did
could
get
hold you
an
back.
achievement.
Yes, I'm very proud of how far
Yeah.
we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks.
I did not.
What were you
You're
thinking?
putting words in my mouth, narrator. Achievement, click on the door 0305 times. That's what the achievement's for. So, the achievement is actually for what he originally said I wasn't going to get an achievement for. I hate Mondays. Fair enough.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
The door on my left,
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first,
Yes.
just to admire it.
the employee lounge. That's where I am headed. I would like to lounge.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here,
It's an all right
drinking
room.
it all in. But eager to get back to business,
To the
Stanley took the
meeting.
first open door on his left.
Sure.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
There's a big red button over here, though. Shoot, yes, we're going down.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about. and
Stanley's
get
a
even
big
further
red
off
button.
track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
Sure. Just...
Oh, no.
Oh,
No, it's to the
sure.
right. My mistake.
Yeah, okay.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Narrator's last.
Now, let's see. We went down, right, left, down, left, right. Yep. Okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Really? I don't know. I kind of think it's through one of the actual doors, not the... garage? What employee number was that?
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler.
Wait.
Close your eyes.
Where was my number?
Okay. We just
427. There.
Am I kidding?
Wait, no, was it? Yeah, it's 427.
The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Sure. The meeting room.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game.
I don't think you did.
Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley,
yeah.
Did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors?
Maybe.
Did you move the story somewhere? Or...
I might have.
Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Ooh. I want to go to the store, please. Sure. What's over here, narrator? You wrote the story, you should know. It's a maze. Maybe? Oh, it is.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again?
Oh, I'm not so sure about
progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
I just got back to where I started there.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay, yep, it's worse.
Yeah, no, I don't like this one as much.
It's possible the story is back where we just came
I like
from.
it when it had the doors.
The other direction and see if we missed anything.
Yeah, okay.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something.
The
story.
What?
Here it comes.
This is non-Euclidean.
Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Sure. I don't think retracing steps does anything when the place is shaped like this. Which is to say that
well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this
shape
place at all.
doesn't really seem to matter.
I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
I win!
Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no.
Yeah, no.
I don't feel right about this
This isn't exactly...
We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay? I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is.
Yeah, I don't know what this place is.
I have to restart.
Sure. Another restart. The Stanley Parable Adventure Line.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line.
Okay,
Just
wait.
follow the line. How simple is that?
I have to say a line specifically doesn't work when we've just learned, we've seen that this place is non-Euclidean in geometry, right? It doesn't.
You see, the line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Nope. Here's a thought.
Oh?
Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact
the narrator
a
having an
byproduct of one's subjective
existential
experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Oh. Where are we going?
Wait, cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
I will do you the honor of taking a screenshot of your important fern. There you go, narrator. Best track in the game. I actually do like it.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
You're talking to the line. Oh!
No, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through...
We trusted the line?
No,
wait, I didn't trust the line. Don't try and say that I trusted the line. I didn't. Narrator? Are you there? Oh.
You know what, Stanley?
Oh,
I
hey,
say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people,
honestly,
right?
not much.
Why can't we make up our own story?
We wouldn't have
exciting,
seen the film without the
mysterious.
line and narrator.
This all sounds perfectly doable. Why
What
don't
about
we
the
simply start
film?
wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
This direction. Oh, this is Dopo 37. We clicked on this a number of times, didn't we?
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story.
In a
Well, it could be
non-Euclidean
anything. What do you
office.
want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Okay. Wild imagination. We are Going to press buttons. Press big red buttons and use big red buttons to defeat dragons.
Not you again. Stanley,
How about
I'd
that?
also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
How do we not acknowledge it? Adventure line. Ooh, this room's
a choice.
different.
We get to make a decision.
Do we?
From here, the story is in our control.
Is it?
How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe
Must
I need a
we?
minute to think here.
Okay.
Let's walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley.
Okay.
Our destiny
Yes,
awaits.
I just would like to know where the logic was. He said it's another victory for logic. I didn't see the logic.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get
Why
a say
don't
in
you
all of
make a
this?
decision,
Is it really-
narrator?
No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I
Yeah.
don't want the game to keep restarting.
Well,
I
what
don't want to
about
forget
the
what's
Stanley
going on.
dies?
I don't want to be trapped like this.
We don't
I
want
won't
it.
restart the game.
Wait.
I won't do it. I won't do it.
I do like
won't
this line.
do it.
I like the find a bookstore
And
line.
the timer
That sounds
stopped.
like a great pout to me.
Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I
Yeah.
suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree?
No.
I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that
Yeah,
life
no
is about the
bookstore.
journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we?
You
Eventually.
hope.
Well, in the meantime, if you...
Restart? Did he forget?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Did the narrator forget? I think he did.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Sure.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
How to solve a dispute with a coworker? Let it value up inside? But wait. Make sure your graphic has a slick blue graphic in the header. Broom closet.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
There's a broom? It's a broom closet with a broom. How absurd is that? A broom in a broom closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay, upstairs. Maybe? I'm unclear if there's going to be more of that. What confusion indeed? What? This is very different. Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes. If the boss has suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. Oh, very nice bathroom. Very nice bathroom. Very nice. It's a panda with a gun to its head. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, elevator music. Not as good as the adventure line of music, you know, but it's some. And so, where are we going? Usually in elevators, at least the elevators I'm used to, they have room numbers, not an up and down in the elevator. The up and down is on the outside of the elevator, not inside. This elevator is, round? Oh, very nice. A fantastic elevator ride. Thank you.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any
manager.
Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What
This
dark
is
secret
Stanley's
was being held from him?
manager's
What he could not
office.
have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
No, Stanley couldn't have. 2, 8, 4, 5.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad,
Yes.
Stanley happened to input the
random
correct code by sheer
buttons.
luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Can't put anything else now that I've inputted that. Curious if I could have inputted something else. Wait, what's over here though? Nothing? Oh. Okay, just a little space. Little concerned about going over there, to be completely honest. Okay. I'll... yeah, There's surely
Descending
nothing
deeper
wrong
into
with
the
the
building,
ominous button.
Stanley realized
Oh,
he felt a bit
definitely not.
peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest.
Hey,
as though he
welcome
felt
back,
more
young
free to
Seth.
think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Okay.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Okay. Mind control facility escape. I do,
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
I actually don't really want to meet my violent death, if I'm completely honest. Hey, Masokido. Is it better to try and change things? I mean, it says escape. I'm sure it's escape. It couldn't
The door
be
behind him
misleading.
was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
I mean, we know the narrator has not always been right, huh?
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
I mean, sure. Death or... Oh wait, well, I'm not a big fan of heights, if I'm honest. He never said it would be a... He said a violent death, not a pit. This is worse. Sure. Oh. Now where's my Lana Parlor boots?
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger
Hey,
picture.
I followed
He
an
doesn't know the
adventure
real story,
line.
trapped forever
That's
in his narrow vision of what
consequence,
this
right?
world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. So
Wow.
he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow
Stanley
life.
did not.
Farewell, Stanley.
No. Stanley wiggled around in the team
Farewell,
and
Stanley,
escaped.
cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated, as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
No, Stanley wasn't. Stanley was not.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
Okay. Okay, there does seem to be a wall of this pitch black room. Oh, that's interesting. Wait, I can go with you, but...
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same.
Okay.
Do you see now?
Ooh!
Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Wow. Stanley was dead from the minute. Oh, office layout. The blueprint shows the office from the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the two doors was the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added. This is... Oh, there's the doors. Corridor. The pacing of this opening section was important. To get right, this door has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the door in a good time. The Stanley Parable Museum. 2 doors. Once this room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it. Filing cabinets are very important to display these. They're very unique. Office computers. The office. Wait. There's a door back there. Just back... Wait, no? Am I confused? Maybe I'm confused. I think I'm confused. It just looked weird. I'm confused. Button sounds. Credits. Oh? Maintenance room. What's down that way? I think this is basically the outbook / making of the Stanley Parable. It does. That's what I was thinking. Office clock. Freedom ending? What? Monitor room. Okay. Game design markup. Apartment timer. This actually feels like a somewhat odd place to have seemingly ended up quite early at. Can I get somewhere from the museum? Exit, okay, there.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Okay.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No,
Sure.
perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
Oh, no, 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 no.
You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail.
What?
Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you.
What if I do hit quit and rejoin the game? Does it change anything?
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was
guess not.
employee number 427. Employee
I mean,
number
we do
427's
restart, it
job
seems.
was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job.
Okay, where do we go now? That's the
Stanley
question.
was happy.
I suppose.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change
Trying to
Stanley.
like skip the intro
Something he would
sequence.
never quite forget.
Guess I can't.
He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation.
Maybe
Something
we
was very
should we
clearly
check.
wrong.
I kind of want to
Shocked,
check out the
frozen
mind
solid,
controller facility.
Stanley found
If I'm
himself
honest,
unable to move for the longest
the mind
time.
controller
But as he
facility
came to
does
his
sound
wits and regained
interesting.
his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay. So we just go straight through
Yet there was not
here.
a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Upstairs. You say.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be
1, 2,
fired for
beef.
that.
Oh.
And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley.
Ooh.
Maybe, he
This
thought to
place is
himself,
a little
maybe
different.
I am crazy. All
Oh,
of my
I am
coworkers
crazy.
blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down?
My feet!
Why did doors close automatically
My
behind
feet
him
are
wherever he
gone!
went? And for that matter, these rooms
The
were starting to
whole
look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley
No
said to
feet.
himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it.
She's in a
I'm
video game.
dreaming.
Oh, dreaming, yes.
This is all a dream.
Dreaming.
Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I
Stanley's
suppose I'll wake up soon.
fine.
Go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to
Ooh,
gently
I want to
float above
fly.
the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It
Oh.
was so much
Oh.
fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up.
Yeah,
Was he
nice.
so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why
Yeah?
is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking?
Yeah, that's also a
Now
good
the
one.
voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought.
Yeah.
And while he thought
Yeah.
it all very odd and wondered if this voice
Oh,
spoke to
Stanley.
all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself? Believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life.
I mean, Stanley's racking through an endless loop of rooms.
To Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream.
So
Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that?
Yeah.
This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight
Have
of
a
the
good
blanket on his
time
skin,
looking,
the
blood.
press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream.
Oh,
I wish
wait.
it to be
If
over.
I look
Let me go back to
around,
my
I can
job.
kind of...
Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please.
I see a
It's all
little,
I
like,
want.
movement. I'm
I
not
want my
sure.
apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal.
Isn't the
I am
narrator in your head normal
Everything
birthday?
will be fine.
Imagine
I am...
this narrator in your head every day.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone
no.
wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have
Okay,
an office.
Stanley's
I am real.
screaming.
Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Okay, we went from calm, collected to screaming.
This is the
Panic.
story of a woman named Mariella.
What?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She
I didn't
arose, got
download
dressed,
the
gathered her
Mariella
belongings,
Parable.
and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind.
And I
know
have a
what is
narrator
real
telling me
and
that
what
I am
isn't.
sane in my
It
mind.
was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
That wasn't very good of him.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Let's actually go and see the mind control facility this time.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. So
Sure.
coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Pine room 69 and 420. Can't remember if I've seen either yet. I never tried it down. don't really feel that this takes me anywhere. I feel like the door just closes and then nothing happens.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation.
This is
But his
different.
attention was caught by a keypad
Maybe?
behind the
No.
boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number.
Okay, what was it? It was
2845. But
2,
of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
5.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Yeah, nothing. No feet. Or was that crazy Stanley from last time? Stanley, that's body was discovered by Miriala.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large
Mind
door that read
control
Mind Control Facility.
Nothing concerning about that at all. Though actually we'd like control of it.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret
I've
did this
been up
place
there.
hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Cameras? Oh, we've seen
Now
the
monitors
cameras
jumped to
already.
life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives
It
of so
actually
many
doesn't seem
individuals
terribly
reduced to
mind
images on a
control-y
screen.
so
And
far.
Stanley, one of them,
This seems
eternally monitored in this place
surveillance-y.
where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That
What
his
is this
emotions had
pattern?
been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life
But what
in
about
someone else's control?
the feet?
Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible?
It can't
Had
be
he truly
controlled.
spent his entire
Not his
life
feet.
utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power
Mind
over another
control
human life.
status apply.
For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Ah. Is that offline? Ooh, big red button. I can't seem to interact with it though. There's a door. Nothing. Ooh, wait. 1, 2. Is there a 3? Do we have a 3 anywhere? Oh, white button. Oh, 5. Okay, 5's not a 3. Do we have a 3? 3. We have a 4. 1, 2, 3. So dark. I don't want that door to close behind me.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power,
Wait,
he
where's
knew
the
it was
phone?
his duty, his obligation, to put an end to
I
this
found a 1, 2,
horrible
3.
place and to everything it stood for.
And 5, wait, is that a button up there? Is that a button? Oh. Wait. I think that's a pole. How do I get up there? Let me up. What if I go 1, 2, 3. It's still not open. Ah. Well, let's go try the buttons, the system on off thing. 5 doesn't. I want to hit that button. System power up. Okay.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty.
Uncertainty.
Yes, he had won.
Fantastic.
He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere
Can't
moments
see a
away.
thing. What
yet,
is that like?
Even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved.
Yeah.
Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him.
Oh, it
For
kinda
it was
matters
not
to
knowledge
me.
or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand.
I mean,
but to
I
let
like
go.
understanding.
No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was
Okay.
perhaps the only thing worth knowing.
Ah,
Stanley stepped
that's
through
a
the
thing
open
is
door.
worth knowing.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin.
I wanted
feeling
to
of
look behind,
liberation,
see what's the
the
outside
immense
of the door.
possibility of the new path before him.
I can't
This was
look
exactly
behind.
the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Oh. Okay. Happy ending. Beat the game achievement, okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Nothing. Okay, we I'm going to turn off the computers. What? Input received? What? Huh.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
I'm going to
Perhaps
the
he wanted to
break
stop
room,
by
you
the
know
employee
this.
lounge first, just to admire it.
Yes.
Wow. Yes. This room. What a beautiful room.
An incredible
what a
room.
gorgeous room. But
Who
eager to
wouldn't
get back to
want
business,
to
Stanley took the
in
first
that
open door
room?
on his left.
What
And
happens?
so he detoured through
I
the
go
maintenance
back
section,
there.
walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
No, I can't go back.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
No.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Oh no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
What do you mean? This is the first time I've closed the door in here. I'm just checking if anything is... No.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
We've gone down. So many doors, so few we can actually open. Nothing there. Is this elevator maybe leads somewhere? I feel like, you know, did I get off the elevator too soon? Could that happen? Also, good news. The stream does not seem to be encountering any of the hiccups it has been lately, so thumbs up. Yeah, that's fantastic. I'm not. Like I'm thinking, I want to do at least one more stream with no hiccups before I go back to multi-streaming to Twitch. Because if you're unaware, we usually multi-stream to Twitch. We are not multi-streaming to Twitch right now to do the recent technical issues. While we ride the elevator, I think I am going to put up a poll for some game for us to play in the near future. I have a number of games I've been looking at as perhaps trying sometime. There's like so many I've been considering, but like I'm unsure about a lot of them. Of like, are people interested in these? So I think I'm going to do another poll. You might question, hey Dellog, what about the games we were playing before the break? Also, how long is this elevator ride? Well, I cannot tell you how long the elevator ride is, I'm unsure. But the games we were playing before that little bit of a break, I want to take a little break from those at least, because a lot of those were live service games that I started getting a little stressed about keeping up with the games. Up. This goes nowhere. We can't go anywhere but places we've been in now. Right? We've got the mind control factory and the escape. Unless there's a right
The moment
for
he
us
entered
to
his manager's
get...
office, Stanley froze
There was
in
like
his
a...
tracks. Not a living soul anywhere.
I
Could he
don't
really
remember
be all
exactly.
alone? This was too much for Stanley
No.
to take. Too much for any man to take. He fell to his
maybe we
knees,
can
bursting into half
actually hit
moans,
those
half
5 buttons,
sobs,
I don't know.
the guttural
It
retching
kind
of life
feels
from
like
a man
we
denied any
should
hope,
have gone
any
somewhere
reason to
else
keep
than
going.
back here.
Here on the floor, he lay prone, paralyzed by fear for nearly a full hour. But when at last he began to move about and survey the
That's a
situation,
little bit of a
he found
different
keypad
description.
behind the boss's desk. What could it mean? Was it a sign of hope for Stanley's future? Alas, it was not. For although this keypad guarded the terrible secret of Stanley's past, it had been assigned a 4-digit code so devious and so random that no man could ever hope to guess it.
2845.
Statistically, nearly impossible to guess blindly, ever. Yet incredibly, by simply
Guessed
pushing random buttons on the
blindly.
keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Anything different? I don't think so. Can't press the up button instead of down. Kind of seems like we're locked into the same course we've been on. Which is
Stanley walked straight ahead
unfortunate.
through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself.
Stanley
Yet he had
did
the
not.
strength
Stanley
to
knew
find
the
out.
secret. Stanley did not need to wonder about the secret. Because Stanley can remember
Now
previous
the
time
monitors jumped
loops.
to life, their true nature revealed. Each
Stanley
bore the
had
number of
already
an
seen
employee
their
in the
true
building.
nature a number of
Stanley's co-workers.
times.
The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind
Okay.
control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley
We'll
really
see
been
if
under
those
someone's control all
buttons
this time? Was this
can
the only
be
reason he
reached.
was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
utterly blind. Yes.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy
How?
or sad or content.
I
Walking,
want to
eating,
reach the
working,
button.
All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink
So
in,
dark in
Stanley
here,
decided
though.
that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he
So
would dismantle
dark.
the controls once and for all.
How? I would like a flashlight. We have 5 buttons, 6 buttons. We have 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Three, and then we have a 5 here. Then we have, I think, a 4 up there, and we do have a big red button here. We have maybe less significant buttons. I just want to hit that one though. If I just go through there, it's the... Wait, I suppose I had another button I could have hit. I could have gone through here and hit system
And
power.
when at last he found the source of the room... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system.
Sounds
In the event that
fun.
this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until
A
detonation?
shame, isn't it?
Let's say
Now,
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your
is.
time to shine.
It is.
You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk
this
about
is
you,
exciting.
about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated?
Yes.
All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free.
Okay.
Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone.
Very nice
Other
of you.
times,
You're
I
seeming
let
a
the
little
office
more
sink into the
evil right
ground,
now.
swallowing everyone
Narrator.
inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now?
I tried some
Or did
buttons.
you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me.
Fair.
Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video
I
game
want
can be
to
beaten?
try.
One solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this
I
place
would
is?
like to try.
Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you
Does
made
it say
humble.
anything?
This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine.
I
But I'm
actually
going to destroy
like
it
that
first,
phrase.
So you can't. Take a look
This
at the
is
clock,
not a
Stanley.
challenge,
That's
it's
30
a
seconds you have left to
tragedy.
struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling
Goodbye,
desperately to your
employee
frail life, or will you let
427.
it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the
Trying
moment
to
I
look
say
for a
happily ever after.
passcode. There's no passcode in here, is there?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
New content. Ooh. Very nice. Out of me still feels like I
and
could
thank
have.
you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley
Gotten a
Parable was a video game
passcode
released
there.
in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home
Very
computers.
nice.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content
Content.
that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the
does.
thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
How are they going to subvert our
Okay, so
expectations
far it's
here?
an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
It's such a meta game.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on
yes.
to the new content.
Onto
I've
the
never been more ready. Let's do
adventure.
it.
Anytime now.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe mostly tedious. It's as if...
Mostly tedious.
Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Here's the content.
All right.
New
All right, let's see.
content.
It's
The
a
jump
jump
circle.
circle.
Can't jump outside of it. This is innovation at its finest.
Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Incredible jumping made manifest. That's its narrator.
Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new
Narrator,
content,
this
then
is
I could just read you the whole
exciting.
dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell,
Oh,
I
that
could
is
count to 30
content.
trillion. You could put that on the box.
Yeah.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more.
Oh.
Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it.
Okay.
I'm ready for whatever.
I'm
it
going
is.
to say 30 trillion is a lot. Is a lot more than 1,000 hours. It's more like many thousand years.
That's it?
Thank you
You've
for
got to be
enjoying the
kidding
new
me. You see,
content.
Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at
this
the
is
game's achievements,
fantastic.
and it's
What are you
hard to
talking
believe one of them
about?
actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm
It's
afraid.
true.
It could
It's
never
true,
have lived up to
narrator.
such expectations.
Your
If you're still with me,
expectations too
why
high.
don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and
No
me having a great
jumping.
time together like always. What do you say, friend?
You're not the best at restarting the game, narrator.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
Happy nut.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something
Sure.
special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our
Yes,
little
Dylan
secret.
never finds the stone
Take a
throw.
look. I
Very
call it
nice.
the memory zone.
The
It's where I've
memory
been storing
zone.
all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life
It's
whenever I
kinda
want.
nice.
Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see,
Memory,
Stanley, doesn't the
sweet
memory zone
memory.
remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap
2013,
re-release?
when the
Remember back in
Stanley
October of
Parable was
2013,
released.
when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back
There's
then,
it on
all meant
Steam.
something. Oh, the waste.
What's that? An award? Another award? Another one? What are these postcards? What's the... Okay. Okay, website. Good times. A trip down memory lane. Smile because it happened. Unachievable. It is impossible to get this achievement. Go outside. Don't play for 5 years. Is that an actual achievement? Is that an actual achievement for this game? Super go outside. Don't play the Stanley Parable for 10 years. That's an achievement. Commitment is an achievement for play the Stanley Parable for the entire duration of a Tuesday. That's something. Oh, this is nice. Oh wait, I can't sit on the bench. Narrator.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable.
Reviews.
Like the stunning triumph of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game
so
ever
meta.
created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim.
It was
Persona
Skyrim.
3. It was all of them. And now, it's nothing.
Wow,
It's no games at all.
we're
It isn't even
mentioning
a
these
Stanley
other
Parable
games.
anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
I can't go in the memory zone maintenance. Person of the year. Oh. Dinned, never dinned.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com.
Oh.
The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
So the first time I'm playing a game, I am listening to the narrator discuss reviews of the original version of the game. And we have framed reviews of them. I can't get through the... Oh.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
There's soda.
Oh, no. Oh, God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years.
Steam
I can't even
reviews.
imagine what's being collected.
Oh, I
down
like
here.
reading
Surely
Steam
these reviews were
reviews.
glowing as well, weren't they?
Oh, surely.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
That is a way to get back at a negative Steam review. Put it in a landfill in your game and have your narrator retort. I can't see those. The funny thing is, actually occasionally I do look at like bad reviews and a game that I love and just see how out there, how off they are.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley?
Preachy.
I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with.
Really?
You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Perhaps. Oh, that one's sinking into the water.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Now I'll say, in my opinion, a game that tries to please literally everyone pleases no one.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up.
Stanley doesn't want.
Here, we'll pretend
silence.
that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture.
Sure, I'll skip.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games.
That's what happens. I freeze in time while he rambles.
More profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto.
He's rambling,
I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your Greek gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button.
Yes.
The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here?
Yeah, I was wondering
Where
that.
did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these.
Not
really. To
really.
move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall?
Oh, I'm sure I can.
Is there
I'm
any
sure I can.
possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough
I'll
damage
give it
is
a
done
try.
for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here.
I am working with
We need a
you.
door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as
I'm
it can
working
open and
quite
lead from
out
one
here.
room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
I feel like I have to press the skip button. We're not waiting 45 minutes.
Stanley,
Where's
please
the door?
don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer. And my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone.
I need a way out.
From every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's
Get
no
me a door,
There's just
narrator.
you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it. And I have to believe,
I need a
I have
door.
to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my
Give me a
God.
door.
And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie 9's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie 9. I have no
Neither have I.
idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child. Wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single
Do I press the
negative
button
comment.
again?
What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my
there's
goodness.
one light.
I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week.
A
2
week?
weeks.
2?
I've been sitting here all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were
So
moving.
do you have a way for me to get
Stanley,
out
not the
of
outcomes, not the story.
here?
None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying,
I think I
need
might
know
have to
you can
press
hear
the
me.
button if
Because
you don't
maybe,
have
Stanley,
a way
maybe
out
if
for
you
me.
can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps. Yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time. That if I stop speaking, I'll slip
Narrator.
backwards into the silence.
I
and
need a
consume.
dough.
I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I
Yeah?
had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year?
It
Let me
seems so. I
describe it
just
for you.
did, I think.
To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley.
Okay.
Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside,
Get me a
what
way
took its
out!
place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart.
Okay.
It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less.
And
You see,
in that
it was a
all the
revelation
time.
for me. It was unlike anything I
In
had
the
ever
whole
known.
time,
It was
you
a
couldn't
space
get
without
me a
consequence,
dough,
without
narrator.
action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will
Where
that you and I have squabbled over for
is
so long. There could be
my
no one ending, no singular
exit?
outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment. And I felt freed. I felt
I might have to
unburdened by
press
the
this
need
button
to
again,
manifest a
narrator.
particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and
Narrator.
that each of them was simply a
Still no dough. Narrator? Oh, you're locked in a room alone now. It seems that way. Don't like the beeping. Not a fan of the beeping. Not exactly my favorite noise.
But they didn't understand the
Oh.
game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the
Narrator.
jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned.
You're
They
back.
screamed. They gnashed their teeth and said, "Entertain us." It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, "He's talking too much," they said. "First, he didn't entertain us. Now he won't shut up." It's the inconsistency. It's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising
Narrator,
heart the words that
I'm
they are
awake.
speaking into the
I'm not
world.
frozen in
As
time.
though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in
Narrator.
one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires. Every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being.
Oh.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
Might not be in the best take right now.
Is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
Yeah,
End is never the end, 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 is never the end.
I might skip ahead, narrator.
End is never the.
Skip. Is there possibly a way out? I would like to leave. Kinda sounds like it, but I don't see a way out. Oh. Light! Not that I can get out yet. Let's go up here then. Ooh, greenery. Like the greenery, very nice. I still can't get out. Oh, this looks worse. We'll skip ahead. Ominous. So we haven't heard from narrator in a bit. I'm sure narrator's doing fine. I'm sure narrator's fine. Oh wait. Ooh. Here we go! Narrator, where are you? We escaped! We're free! Narrator! Join me! And the freedom! There's nothing here, though. Oh?
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it?
This
Is
isn't?
this Stanley's office?
It seems fine. What's wrong about the office, narrator? Back. Yeah, we're back at work. New content. Ooh, new content.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign.
Like
yes,
it.
I have something very exciting to show you.
Do we have another skip button? Oh?
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we
I
take
love
it
the
one
narrator
step
being
even further. Which is
disappointed
why I'm very proud
in
to
the
announce for
new
first
version
time
of the
ever,
game.
The Stanley Parable 2.
Ooh, the Stanley Parable 2.
Yes, you see, it was far
Fantastic.
superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions. Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a
And
fully
it's never
fledged
been
sequel. An entirely
again.
new experience, built from the ground
Oh,
up.
2-7.
Wide of so many possibilities. It could go in so many different
Navasto
directions.
showcase.
This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Sure, fans of yes.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement
Yes.
right there. It's future-oriented. It screams
Cool rad
progress and
section of the
innovation
shout.
and long-term
Boring
franchising
sections.
potential.
New content is out. New content out 2 is in. Ooh.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is
Now,
going to be.
that
But
is
let's
something
take a
you
look
might
at some of
want
the
to
features
do.
I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts,
So here's the thing,
surely
we
the
know
game will
Stanley
sort of
doesn't have
naturally
feet or
spring up
legs,
around
because
them.
look, where's
It'll
the
all
feet?
work itself out.
Where's
Game
the legs?
development is much more of a fuzzy
no
magic
feet or
than
legs.
anything scientific or logical, really.
The way to the show flow. New features. Okay, let me just go sit down over here. And you can show me the features. Okay, nope, nothing. Can't go sit down, unfortunate. Oh, this is a nice room, man. I
Try out
like
some
it.
of the new features.
The new features? Where are the new features? Hear your name in the game. Exclusive. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want?
Too big,
And of
too
course,
small,
the first
just
and most
right.
obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim.
Jim.
But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role play as Jim to
Role
really
playing
simulate the
as
full
Jim.
experience of this feature. Just
Sure.
play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
I'm
I want you to imagine
Jim.
yourself living as
We're
Jim,
playing
sleeping and
the
waking as
Jim
falling in
Parable.
love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust.
Jim,
Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise,
Yeah.
it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name.
Okay.
Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first.
Yes. Go ahead,
Allow
narrator.
yourself to become Jim. Imagine
Allowing
yourself driving to work
ourselves
as
to
Jim,
become
playing
Jim.
frisbee on the weekends as Jim, staying up all night for a popcorn and horror movie sleepover as Jim, developing a
Jim.
crippling substance addiction
A
as Jim,
okay.
rediscovering yourself through fringe religious groups as Jim,
We're
and finally
getting
dying a slow death at an
awfully
old age, surrounded by members of your cult as Jim. Do you feel it in your soul? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step
This
forward and press
is
the button.
a very specific specific scene. Oh, I'm Jim. Jim. Yes.
Yes, you see.
Quite
What a
the
What a rush.
thrill.
That was you. The button described you.
That is me.
Oh, it hits even harder the second time. If
Totally.
this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the gym button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim. I'm putting the
Too
gym
much,
button away.
Jim.
Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Jim.
They took the button away that says my name. They took the button away that says my name. Very rude.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Red's the new orange. The new updated ray-traced more of the same, but in a good way. Oh. Jump circle infinite. Hold the button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Reassurance bucket.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I
What
think
is
that
this?
in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on
Get well someday.
and
Happy
12th birthday.
Birthday,
Which would you go with?
Stepnies.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get well someday it is.
Okay. And
Or
thank
actually,
you.
Maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
The jump circle.
You know what, Stanley? I actually think the jump circle was a pretty good idea. I'd like to hang on to that for the sequel.
Yeah, this thing is thrilling. What else would you want to do than have a jump circle? It is... This is the apex of gaming right here. Jumping till your heart content. 0 jumps remaining. Oh. How devastating. Free, new and easy. Oh wait, what's... Whoa. Free, new and easy achievement. I can't believe it's that simple. It just works. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement, no more stops.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident?
Oh,
well,
yes.
I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull... Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world.
It's
who will
very
be
difficult
uproariously
to
demanding
fix,
this
you know.
feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Well, broken. Can't fix. Much sadness. The anticipation of all that.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Can you find them? Can you find them?
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Oh. A very impressive figurine. Such a
it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Yeah, just the worst. We hate getting an award for our work. What's a reassurance bucket? I do not know. Oh, exit. I don't want the exit. Infinite hole. I think the reassurance bucket is the way we came, honestly.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart.
A bucket that makes you calm.
As long as you hold onto the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Could you imagine the pain in the ass that would be?
Can I have the bucket?
The bucket is the perfect solution.
Can you give me the bucket?
Give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair,
I need to take the bucket with me, though.
Through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
Oh, yes.
I think that just holding it
an air of
made
charisma while holding a bucket.
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more awaits you in the Stanley Parable.
Definitely. Now, let me take the bucket with me, thank you.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game?
No.
That really should be an award if it isn't already.
No. I'm walking around a museum with a bucket. Wait, what's this? Oh, the collectible, right. What about the infinite hole? Everyone likes a good infinite hole, right? Actually, I'm not a big fan. I don't like heights. That was already brought up earlier on the stream. Time depth. Infinite hole chout. It just keeps going.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right.
It's never been done.
Falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Oh, yeah.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say
totally
so.
wonderful.
Now then, since you've gotten
Love
to see
heights,
the
you know.
hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Back in the infinite hole.
I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again? I
Of
don't know what else there is to say,
course.
Stanley. It's an infinite hole.
It's an infinite
It's
hole.
exactly
Of
what
course
you're
I
doing
needed
right
to see
now,
it.
But forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I've prepared for you. I really
But
spent
do you
quite a
have
lot of
any
time
other
on all this,
infinite
and I would very
holes?
much like to show you some more of them.
I have an infinite
How
hole
about we
with
go
a
ahead and
reassurance
press that
bracket.
teleport button again, so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley.
It
I'll be honest
is,
with you. I
isn't
truly
it?
did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom.
You
Yes, I
could have
know, I
made
told
it
you the hole was infinite,
deeper.
but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the
No,
problem.
I don't like falling.
Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't
I
mean.
didn't.
Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly
infinite. I can go
If
with
that
that,
works for
sure.
you, then
Sure.
go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you
It's
this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes.
It's
I'm
getting
starting
way
to become
choked
extremely
there.
certain
Way
that
choked
the hole
there.
is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep,
Yeah,
even by the
I
lax
think I
overall
agree.
standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Sounds good.
Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Oh,
Is the
it doesn't.
teleport button not working?
Woke.
You sure?
Yes.
Well, I mean,
Um.
I really don't have an explanation. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley.
Wait,
you
you-
couldn't bear to
you're
be away
leaving?
from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could
No.
ever have asked for.
No.
It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole.
You're
I get to do
abandoning me
literally
here?
anything else. Take care,
Abandoning
Stanley.
me?
I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of it.
He's leaving! The narrator is leaving. The narrator left me. The teleport button is not working. That was ominous. Let me out of the hole! The infinite hole! It's too infinite for me. Oh, here we go. Here's an infinite hole. We'll show you, narrator. Because I know there won't be a problem with this since I'm holding the reassurance bucket, and the reassurance bucket assures me that this is fine. Everything is fine. Nothing could go wrong with an infinite hole that is slowly sinking. What is this even anymore? Oh, change your perception. I don't even know what this game is right now. Change your reality. What is this? I'm just hitting it back and it's changing stuff. Ah! There's dogs. And alligator whispers. Cute puppies and alligator whispers. That's what we come to the Stanley Parable of. Cute dogs with alligator whispers and oh, change yourself. Oh, eerie. No, I still have my reassurance bracket.
Stanley? 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 Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up?
Let me out
really,
of the hole.
Focused on the hole. From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back.
Let me out. Get back here. Return. Away!
Yeah, go on. Try out some of the new features. Come now. You've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
Exit, I suppose. Unless we can get any more collectibles with our reassurance back to collect our collectibles then. Oh no. Seems not to be. Oh, okay, wait. We have the jump circle, this map. Free achievement, the button that says the name of the player that is playing the game, Jim. Mute Satin's World Champion. Wait, where is that? What? Was that like over here? Also, we didn't look at the merch. We can't get any merch here, it seems, though. Stanley research bucket, office decorations, epilogue is, wait, this way? Over there, I think. Collectibles. Okay, then let's go through the exit. Here we go.
Have you seen everything you wanted to?
It
Ready to
seems
move on
so.
now?
Oh, look at that. Oh.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features?
Yeah,
'Cause
it's
I
get
know
the
it's not exactly
reassurance
clear yet
bucket.
how exactly these features
Oh, I
will come
don't know why
together
you
as one
called me
single
Stanley when I'm
video game,
clearly
but
Jim.
I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay.
Okay,
Are
a
you ready?
bucket, a
Here
whole
it is. I give you the
decorations,
Stanley Parable 2.
a lever,
Well,
button,
I mean, there's potential here, right? It's
Oh, yeah.
Sort of... Okay, never mind.
real
Hold on.
potential
Let me do a
here.
different arrangement. Okay, yes.
Okay.
Yes, this is much
Here we
better.
go.
I feel good about this. Here
Yes.
we go. Version 2.
Version 2.
Who am I kidding,
The
Stanley?
jump
This
circle
isn't a
with
coherent
the
video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy
the hole.
creating gags, but they don't
Sure.
add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original.
Yes.
Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and
Oh.
simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly
Here we
work?
go.
I suppose it could, but it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect.
Okay.
Go ahead. Take a look.
Share. Settings of the Stanley Parable 2. Begin of the game.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job
Is
was
this
simple.
the Stanley
He sat
Parable
at his
2 now?
desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This
We
is
have a
what
jump
employee
circle and
427
an
did
infinite
every
hole,
day
right?
Of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Good.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something
Stanley
that would forever
Parable
change
2.
Stanley.
Right
Something he
there.
would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions.
There's the
call a meeting,
balloons.
or even say hi.
Get well
Never in all his
someday.
years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Very nice
All of his
balloons.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
Like
decided
the
to go to the
balloons.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Reassurance
Stanley
packet.
picked up the bucket.
Need a good reassurance packet. What will we do without one? Nothing. That's what we'd do without a reassurance packet. It's true.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
The door on his left.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling
Yes.
him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
The bucket.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this
It
better
had.
than the meeting room?
Yes.
Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to
It
be.
is an insightful bucket.
No, never mind.
No.
Bucket
It was
wrong.
right.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Okay, it's a rather demanding bucket, but you know that's fine with us. Ah. Where am I? Where?
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't
295.
even know.
Who
I
is
lost
this?
track.
Is this
Nothing
Jim?
feels real anymore.
This has to be Jim.
The longer I study this bucket, the less sense
Bucket.
anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up.
The bucket.
No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling.
It's a very important bucket.
And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down
It's the bucket.
make
Like
sense.
addicting.
There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms.
I think the bucket's too powerful.
Why everything feels so...
It's the precious,
What do I do with this
precious
treasure?
bucket.
I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This
Sounds
is my golden
deranged.
ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there? Camporata.
Someone come up with a bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Dog mode. Oh,
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
need our reassurance bucket.
Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Shooting the bucket can keep me safe from everything. Oh, whoops.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps
Yes,
his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
the bucket will lead me to victory.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket.
No.
You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy?
No,
as
it's
clear
my
as day.
bucket.
This broom closet believes it deserves the... Coming
It
to a staircase,
does not.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
My bucket. Oh! Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of
Fantastic.
habit, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
I am savoring the moment so much. Extreme bathrooms, it says? Input received. That po panda still. Okay, we're going in the elevator with our reassurance bucket. The reassurance bucket tells me that this time the elevator will work. It is very clear on this point that the elevator will work this time. The bucket believes in the elevator. No one worry, the bucket will save the day. And we're here. Fantastic. I am the most expensive boss, it says.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
The
Even
bucket.
now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos.
What if your manager
It
is
would
the
be
bucket?
with him always. The bucket.
No. No.
And he knew it.
The bucket
The
is
two
the
of them were
opposite
inseparable.
of the
At this
manager.
point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss
No, I
of
haven't
simply being near
noticed
the
it.
bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
Oh. Accidentally just knocked my water
Stanley
bottle on
just sat
the
around twiddling his thumbs.
though.
Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
It is
Was
the
bucket
reassurance
guiding him?
bucket. The great
This is
and
certainly the
mighty
most logical
reassurance bucket.
explanation.
The bucket says to grab
Another
the
miniature Stanley
collectible.
figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines?
I don't like mini
I think I like
stands.
that. Another Stanlerine under
Sure,
your
let's
belt.
go with Stanlerine. Still nothing back there. I have to check.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate.
The bucket
It
will
would be
save
all
us
Stanley
this time.
could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right.
It'll be
The
fine.
bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
The bucket will defuse the
Stanley
bomb.
and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
The bucket will take over the world.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with
I
television screens.
I don't
What
know why I
horrible
said that.
secret did this place
The
hold?
bucket wanted
Stanley
to
and the
such a
bucket
thing.
both wondered to themselves.
The bucket is all powerful.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock.
No, no.
Everyone in
I
the
wouldn't
office was
nearly
being videotaped,
drop the bucket.
monitored like guinea pigs.
I take care of the
The
bucket.
bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
It's fine, bucket. It's fine.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's
No.
influence as well?
No, it
Had the
couldn't
bucket
be.
been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What
The
kinds
bucket
of
is too
things does a
powerful
bucket
for
want
that.
to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Feeble in comparison to the bucket.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this
one
point, he
friend.
could trust no
I mean,
one
yes, it's
except
one
the
friend.
bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against
No.
the world. They high-fived in a really cool way.
Wait,
The bucket made a sassy
yes.
comment about taking down the system.
Totally a high five. Wait. Definitely not going to try and
But as
take
the
over
lock
the
set,
world with the
bucket
bucket.
jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How
It
could the
seems
bucket have
so.
betrayed him like this? Stanley
so.
was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust.
No, no,
when
I
suddenly
wanted to do
an
that.
image appeared upon the enormous screen.
Ooh,
Birds. Silly,
huge.
silly birds.
Aw.
The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world.
Yeah.
The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions.
We
Everybody's
disguised
known this all along.
the silly
Stanley marveled at the
birds
metal genius in his hand.
as a
The one who
mind
had pointed him towards this
control
incredible discovery.
thing.
Stanley and the Bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best.
Oh,
And Stanley was happy.
yes. Silly birds. There you go. Yeah, we're going to do at least a bit more, but I think I need to take a quick break because, yeah, I'm out of water.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I'll let him finish talking, then we're going to take a quick break. I will be back and play some more of this after that. Alright, let's get back to this. Let's get back to this. Let's get back to this. Alright, let's get back to this. Alright, let's get back to this. Let's get back to this. Alright, let's get back to this. Alright, let's get back to this. Let's get back to this. Alright, let's get back to this. 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 Let's get ba We need to find the bucket.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Where's my bucket? Figurine Finders Committee meeting today in the meeting room.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Must have bucket. Need bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Bucket. Which way are we going? Bucket says right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him,
Yes.
telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind.
No, the bucket
was
has
wrong.
something else in mind.
Stanley
The
took the
bucket
door on his
has
left to go back, and so the two
the
of them
big red
detoured
button
to
in
the
mind,
meeting
like a big
section
red
and walked
button. I
straight
always
ahead
like
to
a
the
big
opposite
red
door.
button. Big red button is very nice.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way
Big
here.
red
I
buttons
knew
are
you'd
promising.
find this place eventually.
Oh, what is?
You see, your
This.
friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley
No.
Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter,
My
Stanley.
bucket.
Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never
No.
seen before. Yes, I
You
know
don't
I'm the
get to
one who
take
gave
my
you the
bucket
bucket,
from
but
me.
you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the
It's
fans
a
want.
moving
Let's do
truck.
it.
The truck is moving.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Ooh. It depends. Does the bucket like this track? I need to ask the bucket.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about.
Oh, yes.
Don't you remember all those great
I'm
jokes
not
from the
putting down
original
on my
dialogue?
bucket.
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Not the bucket, it's my bucket.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's
We do
why
not.
I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
I don't like this character.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me
I
it
don't
already
think so.
feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
No.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you.
Go ahead now, Stanley.
Yeah, this is
Say
the most
goodbye to the
character
bucket,
in
and
the
then pop
Stanley
it into the
Parable.
machine when you're ready.
No. It's my bucket. My reassuring,
Now listen to me.
apparently
It's crucial
rather
that you give it the
addictive
bucket.
bucket.
I don't know what the bucket destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I
That
can hear
Rancher
you
line
saying, how does a
betrayed
character
me.
with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the bucket destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits.
No.
What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly
bucket.
not. I wonder what sort of bucket destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the bucket destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable
We can
characters
feed
like
the
the Adventure
bucket
Line or the Bucket
destroyer
Destroyer until
the
you
broom
crush that
closet.
damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the
Now.
fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Ooh.
The bucket destroyer. My prized creation.
Well,
You had so much
maybe you
potential.
shouldn't have
We were
made
going to do
it,
such
narrator.
marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about
Wait, you made this,
all of
but
it
you couldn't
squandered
make
now.
a dough back when we were
Goodbye,
trapped in that
new
room.
friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
The bucket is clearly the best character.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Just tuning the computers up. Grabbing a bucket.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Sure. There will be a reward for finding them. Oh, are these the ones we found? Inside a sequel exhibit, nearby a fireplace, a private but smally place for an important person. Somewhere, both red and blue, stairs, something to do with stairs, a loud room, lots of boxes. Is this some kind of game? There must be a point to this. Okay, okay.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it?
No, you're not
The
getting
broom
my
closet.
bucket.
It wants the bucket. You can feel coming to a
Stairs,
staircase.
stairs, come on.
Stanley and the bucket walked
Giving at the
upstairs to the
bottom.
boss's office.
Maybe?
Okay,
Yeah!
I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines.
no,
and now
let's-
I'm torn between Stanlerines
No,
and Figlins. What do you
Stanlerines,
think,
not
Stanley?
Figlies.
What name better
Stanlerines.
encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small
Stanlerines.
number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk?
So this
All because
was
he believed everyone
the
had vanished. His
dream
boss would think he
ending
was
here.
crazy.
Oh,
And then
no, the crazy
something occurred to
lunatic
Stanley.
ending.
Maybe,
Whatever.
he thought to himself,
But
maybe
this time we
I
have the
am
buckets
crazy.
to save us.
He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom.
No.
in difficult times
It's
such as
still
these.
a source of
He
guidance,
held
right?
the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket.
No.
Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely
Oh,
no
this
good
is
would come from this.
terrible.
Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley
bucket!
might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was,
My
of course,
feet, oh god!
and now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it.
Must
Far off
find
in the
the
distance
bucket.
now, he heard it, calling to him.
Oh,
Stanley! Stanley, it's me!
My
the
bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his.
None
of
of
them were
these?
his special bucket.
oh no.
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend.
What-
it was the
where-
only way
where
to
is
truly
my
restore his
bucket?
sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named
Okay.
Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security,
She has
and
a
walked to her
bucket
place of
too.
work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away,
Okay.
she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket.
Yes.
Of course,
That
he'd
is
gone
the
mad,
problem.
ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game.
it's all
It could
because he
all
didn't
been
have a
prevented
bucket.
If only he'd taken his bucket with him.
Yeah, he forgot his
Perhaps
bucket.
he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place.
That's
How
it,
cruel the
exactly.
world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter.
As
Of
she
course,
had
had no
to.
time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself. My life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
She backflipped all of the way to wow. Just sliding that line in. I can't imagine being without my bucket personally. Exactly. Ooh.
What?
Welcome, Stanley, to heaven. Apparently this is heaven. Not exactly what one might imagine, but it's there's lots of big red buttons. Oh wait. Oh wait, they actually do turn off when I... I can turn them off. Very nice. Very important too. I feel very accomplished. Each button gives me great sense of accomplishment here. And the rotating nature is actually starting to almost make me a touch dizzy. Unfortunately, I am without my bucket, which is a tragic occurrence. They tune back on. I'm not sure. Oh. I can press them from a little further away than I thought. But, yeah, so... Is there anything I can actually do here? Kind of doesn't seem like it. It is genuinely making me kind of dizzy here. That one is... Right. Okay. Wait.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
Okay. A message for Stanley.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
Bucket, you're coming with me. Ooh. Is it saying bucket? Bucket? Alright, this is special. This is unique. Unexpected. Am I moving anywhere? I'm trying to go somewhere. I don't know whether I am. It's very bizarre. Bucket. You know what they say, bucket. I don't think there's anything for me to do here. Alright. So that's... It's like a bat in heaven and bucket heaven or something, I don't know.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it?
It's not.
Is this Stanley's office?
Seems like Stanley's office, doesn't it?
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together.
What would Stanley do without the bucket? That's the real question.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
We don't
This
know.
was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him,
Yes.
telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Here we
And there
go,
it was.
employee
Had the
lounge.
bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room?
Of
yes,
course.
Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was.
We always
Oh,
trust
no,
the bucket.
Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting
It
room.
said
Go somewhere
in a
else.
place
the
with
cargo lift.
boxes,
Yes,
the-
go there. Go to the
A
cargo lift.
figurine. There's the figurine.
You're getting close now, Stanley.
Yeah?
You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon,
Oh, you
you'll
changed
collect the
its
first
name
one,
again.
And then the first number will equal the second number, and that
There we
will
go.
be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
I don't think Figurine is the way to go with the name.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms.
Okay.
How deeply touching.
There you go. I need to check
All of his
the
co-workers
list
were gone. What could it mean?
for where the
Stanley
last
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he
figurine
had simply
is.
missed.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay, here we go. Somewhere both red and blue. I think that has to be somewhere that I haven't been yet. Trust the completionist instinct. Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? This investigation, this room, they feel pointless, to be honest. So we'll have to keep an eye out for
Coming to a
this.
staircase, Stanley and the
Red
bucket
and
walked
blue.
upstairs to the boss's office.
Oops.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his dark, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
Yes.
Was the bucket guiding him?
Of course.
Yes. This is certainly the most logical explanation.
Oh, yeah. This time we'll actually tune the mind control off with the bucket.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television
Here we
screens.
go.
What horrible secret did
Bucket
this place hold?
leads the
Stanley
way
and the bucket
to
both wondered
victory.
themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped. monitored like guinea pigs.
But we have the
I'd never
bucket
seen
here.
anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as
Oh,
Stanley
no.
cradled it gently,
Poor bucket.
reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Will solve Tina's bucket. My
Was the
friend.
bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well?
Surely
Had the
not.
bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His
Like how
own
he
life in someone
screams
else's
into
control.
the bucket.
Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Of course.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this
That's
very
different.
place. And as the cold
No, it's
reality
not.
of his
I
past
thought I saw
began to
something
sink
different in here.
Stanley decided that
I
this
dunno.
machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another. Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness.
I'm sure it's fine. The
Was
bucket
it
says
over?
it's fine.
Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the
Stanley and
evil
the
mind
bucket
control
will
machine.
escape.
Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate.
The
Stanley wanted to
bucket
squeeze in
wants
every
to
country
learn.
on Earth. Both of them
Wow.
wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end.
Very
True, it was a
strange
simple
ideas,
life they
honestly.
envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together.
Very strange.
With one another to lean on, to trust, to support.
No!
What? Wait. What was happening?
No!
Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket
No!
not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty. Until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even
No.
the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket.
Well,
Needed the
we'll
soothing
stay here
warmth
with
of
the bucket.
Will go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no.
A shame.
Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has
Everyone
anything to say
needs
about
their
it.
precious
Stanley
bucket.
realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be
Exactly.
trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As
Not
long as
with
I
a
have my
bucket.
bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out. How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
Would you look at that? It's a bucket! I just
Good
noticed
bucket.
it.
A strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Okay, so red
Stanley
and
clutched
blue
the
is
bucket
what we're
tightly to
looking
his-
for.
This was not
So
the
maybe
correct way to
somewhere
meet
down
him.
here.
Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to
Red
be.
and
here it
blue.
was. Had the bucket
Let's
turned
look
out to be correct?
around.
Was no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Yep, the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Can we get
Now
some
ride the
red
lift all
and
the way to
blue?
the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him.
It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk.
Buckets
But
can
Stanley
surely
chose not
talk.
to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Oh, why wouldn't I do what the bucket asked? That's the real question here.
In here,
Said the bucket.
go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Oh,
Now pick up the phone.
hello.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket.
No, what?
Once
a
upon a
sad
time,
story?
I
No.
gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
I mean, of course it can speak to her.
The Stanley Parable
Press L.
reassurance bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders.
Oh, of course it
Whatever
does.
Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Wait. Oh, wait, here's my bucket. Axe to take me back home?
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
It's my bucket, narrator. You're not taking it away from me.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location.
Oh, but it's very
That's it.
reassuring,
It
narrator.
doesn't do anything else.
It is a reassurance bucket. Don't listen to the loud man and press Q for us to go home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time, it was me he took orders from. Me he
Buckets and the
trusted and listened
paintings.
to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Press Y to ignore anyone in your life except for me.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket.
Shiny.
Well, I'll give it this.
Yes.
The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Yes, it's shiny, narrator. You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press on to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier.
It's
more
reassuring,
capable of
isn't it?
transporting liquid.
Narrator,
Like it would be better at
reassuring.
moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Press B to relive the same day with me over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket.
Oh,
Why do I
don't
feel some need
you
to point out the ways in which it's
act poorly
so
about
much
the
more
bucket.
than just a regular bucket?
Press Y to go home to work to home to work to home.
Oh no, I'm having feelings for the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The
No,
bucket could tell
you're
me
not
what
going
to
to
do
take
in
my
this
bucket.
troublesome situation.
It's my bucket, not the
Stanley,
narrator's.
give me the bucket.
No.
Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley.
No.
I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
My bucket. My bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So, I'm going to say, the plan is only to play through this game on this stream. I don't think we're going to do any more streams of this game. So, I actually... I want to know where the red and blue figurine is. Okay. We can do this.
Of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket.
I just looked at her.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
We've got the bucket.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was no.
Okay, so we need to go down this way. Let's there's another way we can go.
On his left to go back to the meeting room.
We can go.
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
Maybe it's we jump down onto that.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Danger! Danger everywhere. Ah!
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point.
Oh,
Stanley,
no.
how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here?
That's silly. The bucket can come this way.
That you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket.
Ah, this is a bucket.
I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true,
No.
well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on
actually, this right here.
Is and isn't a bucket.
And this page that I looked up where the figurine is out, it does say that we cannot take the bucket into the room with the figurine. That's a problem. Oh?
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right?
This is a
should tell us
bucket.
everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
Yeah, it's discrimination against buckets.
Item 1. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
I just said it's not a bucket.
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Okay.
Item 3. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Okay. Yeah, this is a how-do quiz. Don't know
Item 4.
that.
Is this a bucket?
No.
Are you hallucinating? This is a
Oh,
tractor.
I thought it
it's
was
an
a
enormous
bucket.
machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely
I don't know.
Incredible. Let's just move on to the
The
next one.
buckets told me that was a bucket. And I have to listen to the bucket, of course. Where would
Is
I
this
be
a
if I
bucket?
didn't listen to a bucket?
Correct. This is a bucket.
No explanation.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
No.
Trick question. Both.
What?
Gotcha.
What?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Yes.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley.
Yeah?
Do you believe that nothing is a
Sure.
bucket?
Why not?
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all
Confused
sense
the
of perspective.
narrator.
What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a
Yes,
bucket?
we are all about a bucket
Stanley,
in
I
a
can't
sea
keep
of
doing this.
buckets.
I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the
No,
game. And
no.
Okay, here we go.
Don't you dare.
What happened? Is everything gone?
Yes,
Why did
because everything is a
disappear?
bucket.
Was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is
Everything
wonderful
else,
news.
though.
We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue. But it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game.
No.
So, tell you
So
what,
don't reset.
I'll
Don't
reset everything, and we'll
don't
put
erase
back all of the
buckets.
buckets.
Yes,
Okay?
thank you.
And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person?
Yeah, no,
All right,
we
here
won't
we go.
tell anyone else. Buckets everywhere.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
Unfortunately,
decided to go to the meeting
we
room. Perhaps he had
cannot
simply missed a memo.
take the bucket with us if we want the figurine. I'm sorry, bucket. You will have to stay here.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Why not?
It
Here
was
we
okay.
are.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
The first open door straight ahead.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult,
Just have to
but the
get
fact
over
is that
there.
the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that
Danger.
convinced that I want
Danger
something
everywhere.
bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
Okay.
Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is
Red
important.
and blue.
Stanley walked through the red door. And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly.
Stiggly
Say this,
Wiggly?
Stanley.
I don't like
This
Stiggly
is a
Wiggly.
real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake
Yes.
of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So,
Instead, I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go
We
to
need
whatever
to go
the hell
back
you
to
were
the
doing before you
Stanley
hunted for
figurine
figurines.
meeting room or whatever it was. It's pretty... I don't remember which door he said to go through.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't
red
think
door,
we're
right?
communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped.
Stop.
And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Oh, can't escape this door. Huh?
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we
What
just
is
stay
this?
right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
I don't have a bucket here though, narrator. Where's my bucket? Where is my bucket?
No, wait. Where are you going?
I need my bucket, narrator.
Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
But I don't have my bucket,
Please, no,
narrator.
Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think of... No! Oh, thank God. You lived. You have me... No. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not
need
to
my
take this away
bucket
from
back.
me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley,
Ouch.
let's go back to the other room. Can you do... My God. Is this really how much you dislike my game?
I don't
You'll
have
throw
a
yourself
bucket.
from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself? Yes. Perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about.
Oh, green lights this time.
I know you'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
Oh no, I don't know about green and red lights. No. Don't put the green and red together. It's not Christmas.
No, perhaps not.
This is the only way to get back to the bucket. If you'd just give me my bucket. Oh, come.
Maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
I also want to get back to the Stanley figurine meeting.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Okay.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I
uh,
have to put a pause on things. It's just...
no,
it's those
wait.
figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one.
Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life?
Totally,
Didn't it
yes.
fill you to the brim with inner richness?
Exactly.
Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
Oh,
I
sure.
would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines.
I'm really
Just one more
supposed to
time.
have my bucket when I revisit this, though, narrator. Where's my bucket? Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. Now you're not going to trap me in a room with a skip button again, are you? Please don't.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Yes. Oh, 7 out of 6. 7 out of 6.
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of
I was
mundane,
actually also
unremarkable
curious
ways.
about the people well. But I don't think he's giving us an explanation. It's just ominous.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
Boss's office? I know I did find
That's
one in the
exactly
other
right.
one,
It
but
was here, behind the boss's office. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
right.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
I've never been in this pink room before. The memory zone is now deranged. This is incorrect. Don't trust the memory
This
zone.
was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Really? It's all low res and low quality. It's terrible. Narrator, why?
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Wow. Oh?
And then, Stanley, then we
Yes.
came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collective.
Fantastic.
It was a moment unlike any other. except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
All right.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future.
Oh, that's kind of weird.
No, I'm not done.
Wait,
I'm
we're
not
on the
ready to move
loading
on.
screen?
Stop the loading screen.
Tacking,
Isn't
oh,
there somewhere we can
rewinding the
stay
loading
here,
screen.
keep enjoying these
Okay.
figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
No.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
Sure. Hopefully nothing goes wrong with this.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video?
Yes, we don't have to watch it again. Okay, that was much faster. Yeah, here we go.
Video.
Yeah, thanks. And the pink room.
Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room.
Because we've never been here. We've never been here. 15 out of 6 figurines now.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
What are we doing in here right now? What's down here anyways? Nothing. Okay.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too.
I do.
The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose
Almost
to leave it?
too well.
Keep going.
Do I remember it?
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Are we going back this way? Narrator? We're kind of back at the exhibit, sort of.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on.
I'm out
I remember
of
hating
jumps,
it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now.
I would be more fond if I had jumps.
I want more memories.
I have no jumps though. You want me to keep going further, don't you?
Oh, yes, the 2 doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Classic.
And before everything else, there was your office.
Yes.
Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
Yes? Are we going to the menu?
Yes, I'm remembering something now.
What?
I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go.
Okay.
I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley?
I don't know.
Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good.
Oh, good, you're saying.
This story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley. Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
Bucket. We have the bucket back.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Oh, once I agree. Because the meeting room has...
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
It says reboot the game entirely. Do not alter without consulting the whiteboard manager. It says to reboot the game entirely. So we will just reboot. And hang on, what? Before we started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you've booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know that you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see the screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want. Even if it's not the correct time, you've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now. Okay. What? Do people have a favorite time?
This is the story of a man...
Maybe. I just got an achievement for quitting the game and
all of his
then starting it again.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
To the meeting room with the bucket.
Everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
It's nothing about it. Nothing.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs
we
to
go.
the boss's office.
To escape.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Sheer luck.
Was it the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
Of course the bucket is
This
guiding
is certainly
him.
the most logical explanation.
Why wouldn't it be?
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you,
Here
Stanley.
we go.
Everything will be fine.
Time to
Stanley
escape.
and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
No, the bucket couldn't possibly. The bucket tells me otherwise. Me and my bucket.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
It's absolute nonsense that it's something bad could happen to the bucket. Silly. Silly. Here we go, bucket. Where are we going, bucket?
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise,
No.
Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be.
No.
To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket. But what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death?
I'm
This
at
is what
ease.
Stanley thought to himself.
I'll be
and he sort
fine.
of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere.
Nah.
Farewell, Stanley.
See?
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end.
No.
As it was crushed violently to death.
No, the bucket saved the day. Never, the bucket's fine.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's
No,
true
no,
that
no,
all
no, no.
buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a
bucket's
glorious
gone.
bucket to behold.
No. The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge, much like a bucket itself. The human mind is frequently empty within, a cavernous void, but through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit, will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live in ignorance and darkness?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short
Of course.
life?
Of course, the buckets are much more important. 25 buckets. A photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on a camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. That's way over 25. A bucket with 2 handles. This bucket is depicted as having 2 handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. Of course. Inferno bucket. A replica of the Inferno bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet, in spite of it all, the fact remains, no one can control a bucket. Of course, no one can control a bucket, well known. The stress bucket, an analogy. The stress bucket presented without commentary. Worrying and negate, negative forecasting and negative thinking, lack of reassurance in the bucket. Vulnerability equals size and strength of the bucket. Stress equals the level of water in the bucket. Coping strategies equals holes. Rest and relaxation, doing something you enjoy. Rest. Okay, very nice. A bucket analogy, yes. A cave drawing with buckets. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having it judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures. Look at that. Magnificent.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between a bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance, inevitably, is for our own good. You see that? It's a bottomless hole! Oh.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
Oh, is it back to the death machine now?
Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler.
The bucket will be ruler. Sure. Sounds good. You've sold me on it. So,
All of his co-workers were gone. What
I
could
do
it
have
mean?
to check if the
Stanley
bucket is
decided to
still
go to
there.
the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, good, it is. And what a beautiful bucket it is it not? A hole is just a bucket with a very far away button.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
So, yeah, I think this is a fine place to maybe wrap the stream up. We've done, honestly, quite a bit in the game. I didn't think we would, I don't know, play through the game this number of times.
Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to this. Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
I think we're just doing this one stream on this game. I don't think there's Stanley nobly sacrificing. Yes, exactly. A noble sacrifice for the bucket. Perfect way to end. I will say the only thing I can think of is I do know, like, there was a couple endings, for instance, that I may have done with the buckets that I didn't actually do without the buckets, that I'm wondering how they go without the bucket. And there's a few other things I'm honestly rather curious about, but I feel like this stream was enough to really explore the game. I don't think we'll really need to do another stream on it. I'm currently planning, I think, I need to decide exactly which games. I have a few games in mind, but I think I'm going to put up a poll with a few different games that I have in mind. Something we can do next. We can do soon. I want to give the poll some time to run its course, you know? There's a handful of games. Lots of games, really, but I don't think that poll will be for determining the very next stream. It might be for like 2 or 3 streams from now or something. There's actually a couple of things I have in mind for the next couple of streams. It's like things that, yeah, but yeah, I want to start a new game, and I think I'll put up it to a poll. Something will do more than just one stream like this game, but something that I'm also thinking something that we don't do like a ton of streams, not like a live service game that has an insane amount of content. Thousands of hours of content. No. Hey! Greetings! Ushitara, Taru. Welcome! We're just actually
Stanley
wrapping up
clutched
the
bucket tightly to his
stream
chest and entered the door on his left.
because, as far as I know, we've already done most of.
Still
I
no one
don't
was
know.
here. Stanley
Available
needed the bucket's warmth and
no,
comfort now
that's
more
the
than ever.
available content.
Perhaps
I'm
his
sure
boss's
there's some
office was where he'd
content
find answers.
in this
Coming to a
that I
staircase,
haven't
Stanley and the
done,
bucket walked upstairs to
but
the
I feel
boss's
like I've
office.
done a fairly significant amount of what is available. in this game. But thanks for dropping by. This game was really silly. Oh yeah, I did want to actually, before we end the stream, I did want to say, oh wow, I can't go back.
By the weight of this revelation, Stanley may
Yeah, this game was really good.
if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even
I figured you were a Japanese VTuber from the name, and I am trying to learn Japanese myself, but I'm not really any good as of yet. I actually have a Japanese textbook, like 4 feet. I think that's less than 4 feet away. I can see it right there. It's on my bookshelf over there. But
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could not possibly know that the combination was 2-8.
I'm not good at learning languages, it seems. I hope to learn it sometime. It takes a lot of time.
But it turns out that
If I knew how to tell you in Japanese, I would. Oh.
And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
But yeah, this game was very good, very funny, very witty. I will say I'm oftentimes not that thrilled, not that impressed by walking simulator games. They don't oftentimes hold my attention for too long, and that's part of the reason I was like, when a stream sounds good for this game. But as far as walking simulators go, this was probably one of the better ones that I've played. Like, we played that horror walking simulator game back in October, and I was just like, it kind of wore thin for me. The story itself was fine, but the gameplay got a little dull, a little boring, a little excruciating. Maybe that's a little extreme. Maybe it is. I don't know. But yeah, I'll put a poll up soon. I hope to also get back to actually having a proper schedule posted soon, if I can. But until then, I hope everyone enjoyed today, and until next time, please do try and have a blast for me. Bye.